Well, that's just great. Okay, looks like I'm back. Um, so I just got the blue screen of death for no reason. I know I was having this happening when I had a different webcam plugged in, so I don't know if that's going to happen again today, but if I suddenly disappear, my computer got upset with me, apparently. So yeah, I'm gonna keep streaming. But if this keeps happening, then I don't know what's gonna happen. We'll have to figure it out, I guess. But um, sorry about that. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's time to definitely switch to OBS because the streaming software, I suspect, is what caused the computer to explode. Thankfully, Photoshop is way cooler than it used to be, where even though I didn't save the work that I have done, it did recover it. So fantastic. Thank you for that, at least, Photoshop or Adobe. Other things you've done, not so sure about. Uh, they've done some updates that have been driving all of us insane because they changed so many hotkeys and all kinds of stuff, and it's weird. All right, I'm just recovering all my windows to how they were so that I can continue working. All right, let's hope that doesn't happen again. Full screen that, and I'm gonna give it a save now. Yeah, why not? Yes, saved. Okay, so I also lost the chat, like everything, the whole computer froze and gave me the blue screen of death. So if I didn't answer something or you wanted to mention something that I, haven't talked about, feel free to share that because I would like to respond. Yeah, okay, so let's see if we have that issue again. I hope not. So yeah, I think it's exactly where it was. The recovery was successful, so that's great. Yeah, I'm even on the same layer I was before, I believe. So just gonna finish this metal banding. It's kind of slow, maybe I shouldn't have done it this exact way where everything's based on one layer. It's generally kind of made a mess of things in the past and I should know better. But I started it this way, so let's just keep going, I guess. Okay, there was a suggestion to make a non-limited edition Tiki Kaboom base and/or the tribal trap that increases drops. That's true. I like that we've added compression to the game. I don't like that we did it as LE items during events. I think that's a poor idea. Like it's cool for the event, and it's like, oh, I gotta get that. But then like for other people who didn't get that, I guess they just miss out, So it'd be nice if we provided those we made them on purpose to be compression elements, but it's kind of for people who don't need it. Like people who run the events are kind of the people that they've already beaten those areas probably, so they don't necessarily need that compression. So I don't know. I don't know. I suppose I could make my life a little easier pretty quickly if I just... Okay, so the colors and the brushes were changed. Not that that matters, I just swapped back to them already. So it didn't preserve that detail, but that's okay. What I'm thinking I might do is I might actually break everything into their own layers, because it does actually make my life easier. Instead of this, all things are based off of one silhouette, which I do more than I should, and I'm like, this is fine, I can do this, and then it kicks my butt when there's a lot of detail like what I have going on right now, so I should have known better. But what I could do is make a selection of the silhouette itself. Done. Invert that. Done. And then break this layer off from it and see how I've overpainted areas. Oops. Whoa. Okay, there we go. See how I've overpainted because it was clipping to the base layer originally. This all got snipped nicely. What I can just do is clean that up right now. Done. And then there's like a little edge of the kind of purple there, right? So now on this layer, all I need to do is just get rid of where that actually wouldn't be, so you can see that I've effectively just pulled it back. Same here, I'm just going to use my smoothing eraser. And I honestly should have known I should have kind of started the piece this way. But for whatever reason, I was just like, nah, I'll just fill in the full silhouette. Honestly, it usually works for items because they're small detail. And I also often do, in fact, do it for mice. But I'll do it for kind of like parts of mice, like the mouse itself. And then like the items and articles of clothing would be a separate version of the same thing. So it's a good process, but when it's the whole entire object and it's got a lot of different layers that are a bit complex, it's not a great idea. Alright, so smooth that and that. And up here, and then we're nearly done this part. It's a nice wavy erase. I'll clean that up a bit using the correct color. And then I also need to I'm going to bring up the smoothing to 100%, so I get a much straighter line. That's better. Okay, now I'll even pull it back here. And here. All right, and then with this, that should be a lot easier to work with now. I've done this so many times on stream where I'm like, this was a mistake. And yeah, I don't always fix it. So now you can see this is a separate layer. It'll be a lot easier to kind of like clip onto this now specifically, because I'm probably going to want to do that for highlights and stuff like that. That should be a lot better. All right, let's see. Asking about Levin Light killed the stream, yeah. What happened was my computer got upset and blew up. For whatever reason, I think the streaming software I use just freaks out and it like hard crashes my computer. And I've only had it happen like once before, but that's more than enough to be like, all right, I'm going to switch my streaming software now. So yeah, after today's stream, that's probably what I'm going to go do is actually install, well, I have OBS. I got that when I was first playing Overwatch because I liked recording the silly things that happened in the game, like some play of the games and stuff that were pretty funny. And I did actually use that to stream back when we were on Twitch, I think. And I don't know why I switched to this software, but I don't know, I found it pretty good, so I used it, but yeah, it seems like it's been having some some issues. Plus, that way, I could probably use the better webcam that I do have. But like for whatever reason, anytime I tried to use it in the past, recently anyways, it would have that crazy crash, which is why I went back to the older webcam and everything seemed hunky dory. Alas, perhaps it is time. I know Alex has been like, just update it, like set up OBS, it's way better. I'm just like lazy, I guess. All right, so that is what happened. It's so sunny, very warm. I had to like put a black towel up in my window just to block out some of the sunlight. Yesterday was like cooking me. Yeah, it was like nice and chilly outside. Like I could wear, you know, a long sleeve shirt and be pretty happy in that. All right. Sorry, this is very tedious work that I'm doing here. We're getting very, very close to moving on to the next step, which is outlining more materials. But those should go faster. This is the most detailed part of it, is getting all the kind of banding of the metal. And we're practically done now. So now, I think that's all those metal parts. Oh, nope. I lied. I'm sorry. Get these. And so the metal is definitely in front of the banding here, whatever it is, probably leather or something. So I am going to have to cut out parts of the hinge just to the left of these, where this kind of leather overlaps, so just like so. That's a pretty thick leather, or whatever. Yeah, see how far it comes out there? Okay, great. Now we've gotten all that. All right, awesome. Found the stream again. Yeah, there's actually a link that you can just permanently use. I think it's like, what is it? Oh yeah. youtube.com/c/MouseHuntTheGame/live. And that worked. That should always link to the stream, so you can just kind of like make that a bookmark. I did. It's quite handy because otherwise it was really hard to find the stream, even though I'm like hosting it. It just, there was nowhere that I could click to get to it other than I would use the link in the game, the banner, to like find it. I don't know, YouTube streaming is weird. Okay, so we have all the metal. Now what? The old crafting components were actually kind of fun. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Like, there is definitely some interest and intrigue and fun stuff with having to kind of discover and unlock the recipes. It did also require you to have to like use the wiki to like play the game, and a lot of us were like, that's kind of like bad for some players, so we wanted to kind of like remove elements of that. But like, we also liked the kind of like the community aspect of trying to figure out a crafting recipe. And so with the Kalgora's rib and stuff like that, we wanted to kind of like bring that element back to it, by having kind of like several recipes, and you had to like uncover them and figure them out. But I think that we didn't quite handle that exactly how we should have. and it was kind of almost a little too hand-holdy. So I don't know. We'll see about getting that better in the future, but I don't know. Like we don't want to do that very much. The kind of that trap itself is purposefully kind of designed as an above and beyond. It's not a required thing for the game. And it's kind of more for those classic players that want that like super nasty grit, the crazy challenge, and having to discover the recipe. And we all kind of wanted it, but like I think that we kind of like maybe a couple of wires got crossed in the wrong spots, and the ARG kind of aspect of it got lost and just kind of made it a little too easy to discover it. But that said, you guys are very clever and quick to figure out all kinds of stuff, so it's hard to kind of pull the wool over your eyes, as it were. There's so many times when we've released an event and we've projected like, yeah, it's probably going to be about this amount of time before people do these things, etc. And then we're like, someone already did the thing, and it's like only been out for like 2 hours. How's that even possible? And so it's just kind of, you guys surprise us basically every single time. So I always kind of go in with the mindset of like, okay, so yeah, we're expecting that this is going to take this amount of time. It's going to be 2 days. People are going to like whip out their ultimate charms and like get perfect luck, and then like everything, etc., and you guys will like destroy it. And then of course, there will be the people out there who are like doing everything right. They're like just exactly what they're supposed to be doing, and then they'll like not get things, and it's just kind of, it's a tough thing, but we're working at making it better at that. I understand that there is frustration for things, but also there's certain elements to having frustrations that actually make things rewarding because it's difficult. But like finding that sweet spot is an ongoing process that we have improved upon, and I can confidently say that. I know that maybe not everyone feels that way, but if you were to actually kind of like go back and kind of like pull out specific examples, there's definitely things we did um, very weirdly, and we do much better now. It's just kind of, it's a different beast anyways. The game has changed from what it was. It used to be very kind of hardcore in some aspects, and then like not a lot going on in others, and I think it's just a cleaner, better design overall. So hope you guys agree. And I mean, you guys are still playing, so it's probably a good sign. Yeah, I love the community aspect that we had, where people would kind of like pool together their ideas and like build spreadsheets and test things and take a few days to uncover recipes and stuff. Are there any hidden recipes that you don't think anyone has ever used? That would be really cool, but no, I don't believe that we've managed to kind of like have anything that well hidden, because you guys are actually very good at discovering things sometimes that we don't intend for you to find. So no, I don't believe that there is anything like that right now. No, I don't think so. Um, all right. Yeah, the prices in the aisles were just nasty. I agree. Yeah, like anytime I had to like make more cheese and stuff, I remember being like, because you'd have to like go to Cape Claude and stuff and like buy enough of this and that. You had to like make spreadsheets pretty much, or just to be on the safe side, it's like, I guess I'll just buy 3,000 of this thing. That way I won't need to worry about it. But then it's like you're already kind of probably strapped for gold at that time, so it's not fun. And all the gameplay should be fun. That's the goal, really. All right. Shattered bosses. Yep. Yeah, polluted chrome monster bot skin took a month to figure out. Yeah. No, I mean, like, a lot of people play in that way, George, where, like, they're, like, down with the grind of an area, but, like, they'll kind of play it almost on the safe side, where it's like, yeah, I'm just going to, like, grind until I have more than enough, and then I can just crush things, and that feels awesome. It's great. Like, it's nice to have times where you get to park and forget. And I think there's going to be a bit of that with the Valor uh, uh, Rift coming out. Um, there's kind of opportunities to kind of like, play actively here if you want, or just kind of like build up things. And I don't know. I hope that it kind of hits things people like. It's a little different in certain areas, and it's still kind of like had some evolutions from its original design. So we'll see. Um, we're working with timelines and stuff like that that can be challenging. So, sometimes we can't deliver the exact parts that we want because it's just unrealistic. But we shall see. So I'm just gonna right now I'm just blocking in things. We're gonna get the leather part. So this is behind the metal. I think I might actually go with a lighter leather just so it's easier to see. Yeah. Okay. So as I said, the metal part is gonna taken the longest because there's just lots of little fine angles and slopes and curves that I wanted to get nice and crisp. Whereas this is just basically a couple of straps. Okay. Yeah, I'm really quite excited about the new area. There's just incredible artwork. I think you guys are really gonna love seeing all the like extra effort we put into the pieces. I've been really impressed with all of the work that the team's been putting out, um, and yeah, should be pretty entertaining. All right. So I don't know if I have other areas that I'm going to have leather straps. We could potentially decide to add some here and there as kind of like a bit of balance, just to kind of like have a little bit more. Like I'm thinking I might actually put it. See that there's a little cutout at the tops and bottoms of this kind of detailed metal band. I'm thinking that V there could have just a little bit of leather under it, just so that color can kind of come to another area. So I'm going to block that in behind it really quick, just in case. Let's just try that. See if we like it. Okay, and then back down to the leather, and we can just get rid of that. Same right there and there. And erase these. maybe. It's pretty small, so I don't know if that is going to balance, but I think it'll change depending on what colors and values we give things. Another thing to consider is like we should look at this in grayscale and try and design it based off of that as well. So I think once everything's blocked in, that'll be the next step. Let's figure out what looks good in grayscale and then figure out what colors and materials seem appropriate beyond that. So let's see. I feel like I might have missed some stuff in chat, so I'm going to look really quick. No release date yet for the Gauntlet Rift. We are kind of like at internal testing, basically, so things are coming together, but we're still kind of figuring out some balance. We have kind of like had some issues with the design, unfortunately, but I think we're kind of figuring it all out, which is great. But yeah, that means that like we can't be like, yeah, it's coming in 3 weeks kind of thing, but hopefully very soon. Still grinding for a Leprechaun after 10 years. Same deal. Actually, was it Andrew who just caught one like 2 weeks ago? Or was it Kevin? But yeah, like everyone in the office decided that we wanted to see who has encountered the most leprechauns and if anyone's caught them and like how many we've missed. And I think I'm going to take a look. Yeah, Mobster. That one's a tough one too. Let's see. Event mice. It's in there, right? Where is it? Oh, I do have one mobster catch. There we go. Yeah. 11 years. Let's see. I have missed 2 leprechauns. Thought I missed more. Yeah. Yeah, I think Dave has encountered like 6 or 8 or something like that, and no catches. It's a leprechaun. Yeah. So if you got one, that's pretty awesome, pretty rare. I mean, I have literally been playing this game every day since the game came out. So, and I've only seen it twice. That's how rare it is. Very, very rare. Caught your mobster mouse when you first started playing. Never attracted another one since. Yeah. Missed 5 mobsters, 2 leprechauns, no catches for either. Yeah. Global catch is very low. If you think about how many people play and have played over the course of the game's history. And that mouse has existed basically since the beginning as well. The mobster came later, but the leprechaun was pretty early on. It was we created it back in the early Burlington days. We had kind of this tiny office that could only fit like 3 people, and we had like 6 people crammed in there at one point, I think. And that was around the time when we created the Leprechaun mouse, who I'm sure a number of you know, but like it was actually like if you could catch that mouse, you were rewarded with money. Like that's how that character worked. It's crazy. And you could like choose to like get the money or get it as Super Brie instantly, stuff like that. Yeah, it was pretty wild, but it was cool. That was a neat system, but it was like very, very messy and hard to deal with and upkeep, and the game kind of like the code base had to change away from that system, which kind of made that really not work. But yeah, so let's see. Okay, so my mobster total catches 1, total misses 2. So pretty good on the mobster. I wish I encountered more though. It seems not like a lot. But yeah. Anyways, enough about those impossible mice. Yeah, the mobster is not great art. Very outdated. Yeah, I agree. One day, I would love to get to like all of them. We actually have a Google Doc of just like a good 80 mice or so that I really would love to update the art on. And then they're kind of color coded in terms of what would be a better priority. Mobster Mouse is pretty low on that list. The art is bad. It looks old and not like missing tons of interesting details and stuff, but it's not the worst. And it's so irregular that anyone gets one that it's like not really very important to kind of deal with. Hence why it's very low priority. Okay, so I have an idea for there being effectively maybe like a cloth or some kind of material. Maybe I'll go with red. The boy is back. The boy is back.
Talking to Z and Kaylee downstairs.
Yeah.
And let Z know that he's coming.
Yeah. Hey, bud, how you doing? That's a big cough you got.
He barely coughed up then.
Yeah? Yeah, of course. So we got some stuff for him.
Cough syrup.
Got doggo cough syrup.
Kaylee already texted her back and she was getting cough syrup.
Yeah, preventative. That's a good idea. Because if Beaufort gets it, then
well, like wash was contagious long before we started.
Exactly. Yeah, he's probably had it for like 5 days. Sorry? Oh, okay, cool. Has he had some of the cough medicine, I assume? Or? Okay. All right. Oh yeah, the rock muncher. That's on the list too. That's completely outside of the game design sense. It's basically done by a guest artist way back when. All right. So I'm just thinking that it might be cool to have kind of like a material strapped to the front of this that's basically held down by the metal banding. And what this is, we can kind of figure out. Like maybe it's like crazy galaxy print or a regal royal kind of red. Who knows?
This is his dosage, by the way.
Oh, okay.
5 milliliters every 8 hours.
Every 8 hours, okay. How long is that going to last?
Should be 3 days.
3 days, right? Okay.
And if we need more, we can just go and get some.
Okay, well, hopefully that is enough then.
I don't want to make this unpleasant for you.
No.
You should put it in the spoon.
Yeah, let him lap it up. It's probably going to taste real nasty. But that's okay. Wash likes nasty tasting things. All right. It's not for Charlie. No, you're gonna have to blast it into his throat probably. Do you need help?
No.
Okay. All right. Let's see. No, of course not. Poor guy. It'll make him feel better though. All right. So we have kind of the front cover. I don't know if this is going to be the same material on the side. It might look good if it is. So maybe I'll block it in as if it is. Okay. Just for now. Okay. All right. Give me a minute. I'm gonna help give wash medicine. BRB.
New mail that
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Wash was like,
Ah, was he weary? Oh, all right. So Wash has had his medicine. He hates it. He's doing that thing where he like shakes his head because it tastes bad. All right. So back to RGB. Thank you. That should make him feel better though. Poor guy. Poor guy. All right. So I don't know about that color there, or being the same color anyways. Seems like the centerpiece would need some quite eye-catching colors to contrast the red. And I agree. I think that whatever this side centerpiece is might be what is behind this. So like, what if we did kind of like almost like a deep dark wood grain or something like that. I don't know about that color. Or maybe even a light wood grain. Just block that in right now just to see how it looks. And then, like, that's a bit bright, but you can kind of get a little bit more going on between them, I think. Yeah, especially if we have those pages, which will probably be somewhat similar in color. I don't think I want them that close. Maybe more of just a gray might be good. I'm gonna merge those together. Yeah, beige is not the color. I agree. All right, so let's actually, I think we have enough blocked in that we can start to actually figure out the colors of things. So let's just quickly change this to something more appropriate for the pages. That's not, there we go, block transparencies. Okay, so we'll use that for the pages. Actually, let's even like make them golden or something, just to make them extra special. But those are going to change, I think. We'll just do that for now, though, just so we have a color that could work. Okay, so take the sketch down a bit since we don't need that level of detail right now. It looks cheesy. Yeah, gilded pages. I don't know if that's what we'll do, but for now. Okay, so obviously we have kind of some colors going on that look horrible together. Let's actually deal with this in grayscale first, because I actually think this would be a more efficient way to kind of make this work. So I think the pages could be darker over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my luminosity brush. This way the colors aren't affected, and I don't need to worry about dealing with colors at all. I'm just going to pretend that this is, you know, a black and white film, and we're just worrying about getting the values to look good. What areas should be dark and what areas should be light? You guys tell me. I feel like maybe the metal makes sense as, you know, fairly bright, but at the same time, it's okay to go dark with it because you can kind of have, you know, burnished metal and kind of weathered and all that jazz and higher contrast anyways. I feel like if we're doing kind of like this gem here in the center, if we want to like have good contrast, if the metal is bright and the gems are dark, then that's going to have some nice punchiness to it. So I'm just going to block this in on a new layer, just because that will probably be good to have. Oh, poor boy. It's very not smooth ellipse I'm creating. Zoom in so I have a little more control. I guess I could be using my smoothing brush. Might help me to create something that is more smooth. I don't know why that would be. That's just weird. Okay, so we have some punchy contrast here. And honestly, I just kind of needed to kind of create those layers. So that's kind of like something to begin with, I think, in terms of, you know, like, okay, if this is going to be this dark or even darker, that's at least something we can kind of like work with. I'm even going to just kind of quickly make it super duper dark on the top side just to see what it'll look like, because then we can kind of work off of that. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I do want there to be like some good range of color and stuff happening. That could be fun. So I think what we can do is maybe for the metal, let's try brightening it up. Let's try going pretty bright for the center here. And of course it'll have, you know, its own kind of highlights and kind of shadows and stuff, because, you know, it's metal, which has kind of a lot of reflectivity and specularity and stuff, so it kind of picks up the environment around it, and it can do some pretty intense things with it, like have really dark spots and really bright spots. So yeah, can't tell you what this is, but you are free to speculate away. I will neither confirm nor deny. So then I guess we can kind of brighten up metal here just so that we have that to work with. Okay, so then if that's all nice and bright, I think next the outer binding looks just too bright. You know, feels a little too much. So I'm gonna knock that back. Actually, let's just do it this way. We'll fill the whole thing in really quick, right? And then we can use the fade function to kind of push and pull and find a spot where we like it. So this could be like a neutral area on the book if it's like wood or something like that. I guess it's a book of some kind. I suppose I have revealed that it is, in fact, a book. It has pages. It has a cover. It has binding. It has a fancy cover. Judge it by its cover. I dare you. All right. Needs some celestial action. Any signs of lunar/solar body? Because, you know, eclipse and all. Maybe not use the diamond. Could be fun. I think that'd be a neat kind of like realm to take it in, kind of like the kind of sun and stars and moon, stuff like that. That sounds quite pretty. All right, so let's go with 62%. Because that seems neutral in the realm of all the other stuff happening. I think I could darken. Nah. That kind of looks neat, but probably not. Like that is the cool thing about digital is you can just play with stuff, right? Experiment away. So perhaps the front of it is reflecting a lot of light, but then below there's not very much, so you get these high contrasts on the metal. That could work. So just kind of all the areas where it's angled down, just kind of darkened up quite a bit, and then we knock it back. I think this side is also just in general in more shadow than the front, and the underside of this. So let's do that as well, just not as much. In which case, the this part of it, I want to darken even more. Right? Then let's fade that back as well. So that's starting to feel a little bit more balanced. Should the page be quite dark? Or the front cover, I guess? I feel like that's kind of cool. Maybe not that dark. But like noticeably darker could work. Kind of makes that metal really pop. Maybe a bit too much. The leather, I think we could actually go quite dark with. Maybe it's like a very kind of stained leather, I guess. I actually like that. It kind of balances out the gems a bit. But what's kind of neat is we could make the material surface very different. Like the gems themselves would be like polished and smooth, and the leather would be kind of like textured and not as shiny. and not as dark either. But I like that balance a little bit more, I think. It feels a little bit more balanced, perhaps. All right, and then the inside of the binding here, I think, is just going to need a little bit more shadow because the pages are kind of blocking the light, so it's a cast shadow on there. And I would even bring in my occlusion brush here and set that to luminosity. And then, won't let me, but shrink down the brush. Alright. And just kind of have just the very inside edge white in shadow. Same with where the metal binding is kind of covering over it in the leather. Just because the light is having a little bit more difficulty reflecting into those areas. Although, if we have a very bright and shiny metal, it'll probably do a decent job of that, so I might have to pull it back from what I'm doing right now. But for now, it should just kind of help make it feel a little bit more dimensional and 3D. I think this edge here, I want it to be smooth. It's like a soft beveled edge, right? So it's just going to have a smooth transition with the light, right? And we'll probably have like a bit of backlight on it so we can light up the back edge. That could look nice. Ah, chrome. Maybe. Couldn't tell ya. All right, so I actually do want to get the rivets. That's the word. So we'll just do kind of this brass color for now. So again, we could easily just change the material. I want something that has a little bit of contrast, not much though. And then I think I'm going to lock this here. And then maybe this little kind of panel right there. Maybe like some kind of locking mechanism. That one there can kind of have the same material. Got it. Got it. Okay, there's one here, 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 there, and on the back side I'm just going to go darker just so that it matches a little bit more. Good. All right, cool. I think that's all those, and we'll tweak it so that it looks less noisy, because right now it's pretty noisy actually. But let's see that in color. All right, so that's not terrible. It's kind of got a bit of a warmth to it. I think this cover itself I'm not a fan of right now. So let's just do adjustments, hue and saturation, and now we can just start to fiddle with colors and see what looks good and not so good. So we can just try changing the hues to get like all kinds of different colors. And as I mentioned, I kind of want to work within some of the color palettes that we've established with the tower. So there's kind of like lots of blues and purples and stuff like that in the background of the mice. So I figure you know what, maybe we can kind of like use something like that as the background of this cover. So kind of bluey purple, kind of looks nice. So maybe something like that would be good. And then, will there be swirly effects coming off of the book? Maybe. Like kind of like behind it, kind of magic, kind of billowing off of it. Wouldn't you like to know? I guess we'll find out. Alright. I also want to get a little shine on these gems, just so they look more gem-like. So I'm going to just do that on a layer above, so I don't have to worry about messing them up. There you go. Shiny. Suddenly shiny. Maybe I'll get like a little bit richer of a color in there just to immediately add a little more depth and impact to that, because that looks kind of cool. We can obviously change that, not kind of like locked in on any of the colors and designs of things, so feel free to make suggestions, otherwise I'll just keep pushing and pulling where I think it might be good. So this paneling, I don't know what I want. Maybe I'll go warm kind of colors here. Seems alright. Now I feel like the metal is kind of a little much. So let's maybe get more kind of muted shadows and stuff on it. And again, like there was a really good idea that I liked about kind of like weathering it and kind of like maybe we rust it up and kind of dirty the book or something. That could look really neat. So I think let's try weathering it a bit. We're also coming up on 1 o'clock, so we'll take our lunch break very soon. And then basically we'll come back to this. We'll do lots of really cool, intricate details and start on a few more pieces, which will be very interesting indeed. And I think we'll reveal perhaps a little more about what's happening, but not enough that you will be for sure certain what everything is, so should be interesting. Also, I'll see about grabbing a Larry link, because I know you guys enjoy those. I know I do, because I also get the Larry link. You know, I gotta test to make sure it works, right? It's important. Don't want to accidentally give you like 8 sandblasted metal or anything. I mean, if I get it by testing it, that's fine. Just don't want everybody to get that. It'd be unfair, right? Okay, so I'm just really quickly just blocking in some different angles and in this to create some shadows and such. Darken this a bit more. Okay. I feel like the reflection here would have some of that kind of gold colored off the pages if we keep those kind of gilded colors. Yeah, tank the market prices. Whee! That would be a pretty pretty messy blow for the economy in that area. So, just gonna hit it with a couple of highlights here and there, and I think I'm gonna punch up the contrast even more when we get back. So I like it being kind of like a polished, shiny metal surface, but then it could be fun to have it kind of polished in some parts and kind of like tarnished and kind of even potentially rusting in others. Who knows? Who knows? All right. Any other suggestions before we go on lunch right now? I mean, obviously, you'll have plenty of time to look at it while I'm on break and kind of come up with some ideas and input. So I will look forward to that. I'm even going to just really quickly knock. I should probably lock transparency on that. Just kind of merge these colors together just a smidge more. It's not standing out an insane amount. It's like someone put the rivet through and then they got sanded together and they kind of blend a little bit, which is not a bad thing. But yeah, we can push and pull all kinds of things on this. And if we're happy with it, we'll just kind of finish it off and move on to the other elements, which should be pretty interesting indeed. All right, so I think with that, we're going to go on our lunch. And that'll be the usual hour-long lunch. I'll put up the timer so you guys know when I'll return. And then we shall continue on our quest to create a very cool-looking whatever this is. So there. Alright. Just one of these moments I'll actually start to take my break. One day. Yep. It's gonna happen. Believe it. Alright. Save. Okay, so I'm gonna go on lunch, and I'll see you guys in 1 hour. I just changed the color again. There we go. I fixed it. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Hello, hello, and welcome back. The lunch is done. All right. Back at it. I unfortunately have not received a Larry link yet, so try and get one at some point soon, though. All right, actually, I think I might pull up some characters to use as a reference. Like some of the colors in that one. And that will probably do. All right, cool. So, I'm wondering, maybe it'll work to kind of create the cloudy background that I have in a lot of the pieces. That could look neat. So, this here, just pop a layer on top in case I don't like it. Maybe has a gradient where it's like getting darker at the top, and then a layer on top where I use my nebula brush. And it's not doing anything. Oh, right. Wrong. And let's try that. So that's kind of interesting. I think I'll pull it back from there, though. Kind of use little bits and pieces of that. Basically, kind of want it to look like it's like a nebula in space. So I think I'll pull it away from any of the metal parts just so that it kind of pops nicely. Very spacey. Yeah. It was one of the suggestions at the beginning, was to kind of make it look celestial. So I think this is kind of a neat avenue to explore, and it does tie into the backgrounds of the mice. So this is just kind of a nice direction for it. Looks pretty cool. Seems like the cough medicine has helped poor Wash. He hasn't had a cough since, and he's having some nice deep sleeps. Probably going to help getting all that rest. Alright, so do we want to like add stars onto this? I feel like that might look nice. I think that looks pretty cool. Alright, alright. I almost wonder, there's not really any like wood and that kind of material inside of the tower. So I'm thinking of instead of it being that kind of like wood color, what if I made it like the cobblestone? Because I feel like that definitely is kind of an element within. So I think that would be a better direction for it. And then the metal itself, maybe we kind of like figure out that kind of silver, or we may just kind of make it gold. Cobblestone binding. I don't know about the binding. Like, we do have leather straps and stuff like that. But yeah, I guess like the back plate or whatever. Yeah, so basically this part here, I kind of gave it a color so it might indicate it's a wood or something like that. Yeah, I think if I make it the cobblestone, that would match the area a bit better. So I think I'll try that. So, something like this. Maybe if I just use a color brush. So that, now it's kind of the stone color a bit more. And I think if I'm going to go this route, I want to actually give it those textures. So I'd actually create the seams, which I think could look cool. So if you remember some of the mice we've created, they've been standing on some cobbled stone. So I'm just going to try and kind of give that look to it. Yeah, I think this could work. Okay, so I'm just going to block this in pretty basically, and then we can kind of get better lighting and colors mixed into it, because it's kind of got a level of detail on its own in the game. Yeah, I think I like this better. Split right down the middle. Maybe distracting. Alright. Alright. Yeah, I think I like that. I think that works. There's just a crack running along this or something. Again, like, it's probably overdoing the detail, considering this is just an item. Alright, cool. Yeah, I like that. I think that works for me. Okay, so I'm just going to add a little bit more shading to those. And let's get some color into it, because it's a little bit too bland. So a lot of them have the kind of the purple and blues kind of in their color scheme because of the environment that the scene is in. So I think I'll kind of bring in some of those colors a bit more. Actually, I like kind of rolling into those colors at the back. Looks cool. Probably more saturated than it should be, but I like how it looks right now, so I'm just going to keep going with it. Looks like a blue light back there or something. Those terrible LEDs that they used to put on all the electronics back in the day. They're just too bright. Okay. Okay. Alright. And then, what do you guys think of those pages? Is the gold kind of a bit much? I don't know, I feel like maybe if we balance it on the side, like, maybe we like put a detail here or something like that. Maybe that would be enough. We're just kind of something like that. Perhaps. Or maybe the binding here. Or the hinge, rather. Or, I suppose, we could reinvigorate the kind of gold punchiness of these up here, and that might actually help keep that balanced. These will go quite saturated because they're reflecting the gold on those pages there. Okay, I think we can work with that for now. Alright. Maybe there's just like a hint of gold in the cobblestone, in fact. Just little kind of touches of detail like that can help pull it together. If you can't find a spot to like balance color in like the surface material of an object, you can always just kind of like just dab a little color of that wherever you want. Actually, you know what? In the leather is where it would work well. You can have the kind of warms reflected on the outside there. So I'll actually bring it more to brown, but it's still in that kind of gold realm. And then I'm just going to kind of blotchily put it on there, right? So get a little bit more of that direct color right on the edges of it, let's say. And just kind of scribble it through. But that should help kind of balance out those colors a little bit, I think. And the binding on the back is kind of starting to almost blend together a little bit too much, I think. So like if I were to go to grayscale, it's almost hard to see where one surface stops and another surface begins. So I think I'm going to have to lighten up the cobble on the back because I feel like that would reflect a little more light. It would be a bit of a brighter color than that kind of tanned leather, or the, I don't know, maybe not tanned, but what would it be? I guess just kind of like buffed and stained leather, dyed leather, who knows. Alright, so I'm just going to lighten that up a bit more, especially where it's closer to the leather, just so that those have a bit stronger contrast. And now if I look at that in grayscale, they kind of read a little bit better. Might just darken the leather again. All right. Yeah, I think I'll darken the leather. It's getting a little too round looking anyways. I think I want to kind of have it a bit flatter. Maybe the very inside edge doesn't have that same kind of color happening, so we could lighten it up even though it's kind of on the shadow side of things. I want to move that little detail up. Little piece of metal there is just a little too low down. There we go. And actually this one as well, because that's kind of a thicker strip of leather, so I want to make sure that that sits in the middle of how much that leather is kind of popping off the page. And then I think where the leather is in the light, I'm going to brighten it up quite a bit and kind of get more of that gold in there. And that should help it stand out against the book cover, I guess. Even get like a little bit of kind of reflection off of kind of the craggly surface of it. Especially since this is like a protective binding on the outside corners of the book, these edges would actually probably get rubbed on things quite a bit and might kind of get a little more buffed and shiny because of that. So, whereas like right near these kind of metal stars, they would actually probably collect dirt and get kind of dirtier because there's just not a lot that's kind of, you know, able to get in there and kind of accidentally knock out dirt. Just kind of getting trapped in the corners and stuff. So that's an idea there. For just how to handle the texture. I'm just going to add a little bit more range in that. Just kind of keeping it a bit flatter though. Actually, if I'm going to add the texture, I think I'll do it with a darker color. So I'll be pulling out the shadows as opposed to the highlights more so. Plus, I still feel like just for the contrast's sake, I want that leather to be a lot darker than it is. Yeah, I think it's lightened up way too much. What would happen if I just did this? Actually, no. I'm going to do that on a new layer. Now, just push and pull it back and forth. So it definitely disappears into the cover of the book, but it stands out a little bit better on the cobble. That's good. Honestly, maybe I just need to keep lightening up the cobble on the backside there. Or do we want to go like crazy dark with the leather? That actually doesn't look bad. But I want to do something with the edge of it. It just kind of disappears into the book cover. That's a good point, Alex. I kind of decided the hinge idea after I kind of put that leather binding on it. So probably not a good idea. It's a good point. It is an odd way to to kind of put it together, isn't it? I mean, it could work, I guess. Okay. Should it be over top of it then? Would that work? Maybe. So I just take this, erase the metal there, and then just have the leather kind of dip into it just a little bit, because it's like an area where the leather gets folded a lot, so it's going to have some kind of memory of being folded so much. Yeah, I think we can put it on top and that looks fine. Let's do that. It does, yeah, it's got to be creased. It does seem illogical that it would be where I put it, so under the hinge. So I'll actually create a bit of a bump there. Can't really see it because the metal is going to need to be erased to that spot. Okay, same thing here. Okay, yeah. Yeah, this makes more sense. This is one of those interesting things that happens in game design where someone kind of creates something like a design of armor or whatnot, and they kind of will, you know, just create the thing that looks cool. But then when people try and recreate those in real life, such as cosplayers and the likes, it can make for some very uncomfortable and badly functioning designs. It's kind of fun. But it's neat because then, you know, the creators who make those things, like the costumes, they get to kind of like figure out how to actually make it work and look the same, but like actually function on a real human being, which Alex gets to do quite a bit, which is pretty cool. Okay, so yeah, now we'll have the leather creased up here, and I think that'll cause the leather to go quite a bit lighter because it's just being kind of worked so much. The fibers are a bit looser and catching more light. There's more surface area kind of pulled apart and exposed that the light is going to kind of bounce off of. Yeah, lots of creasing would happen there. Okay, and then I think I'll still have that kind of darker surface on it. And then we can come on top and do more highlights on that, but I do like this deeper, darker leather look. I think it kind of suits the piece a bit better. Alright, so maybe another quick layer on top of that, just to try and find the right colors for things. This is probably too light for the underside of the leather. But maybe not. And then where it's creased, maybe there's just a bit more of this color coming through. Yeah. That might do it. Cobblestone still kind of wants to blend in, but I think that's the cobblestone's fault, to be honest. Okay, maybe I'll get a bit more kind of warmth into the front side of this color too. Yeah, I want to go even more. Okay. Sure, I feel like that kind of works as a leather. I might get just kind of like a little bit more of a kind of red fringe on the edges of things just so that it has that kind of soft feeling to it. I don't know what I'm trying to describe with it, but I just feel like this might look good on this leather. And I have no reason why. Just hoping it'll work. Sometimes that's how this goes. Alright, so looking at it smaller, I can see that that looks like some kind of leather to me a little bit. Bring a bit of this warmer color on the front. And I think that still stands out. And I might darken the nebula parts right beside the leather so that it's very, very dark right at those leather spots, so they have a bit more of a chance to stand out against a very dark background. And I don't know, I think that actually looks good for the nebula effect. Yeah, it's a bit more of a flow to it, actually, so I'm down with that. Cool. Awesome. All right. I have not happened to gotten a Larry link just yet. If you need to go or whatever, I'll try and get one before I post the image to my art page so that I can post it up there. If I don't manage to do that, maybe I'll get one another time and just kind of put it up on the comments of this image or something like that. I don't know. What did I do? What's happening? Okay. I accidentally moved. Yeah, it's supposed to be there. Okay. I accidentally moved the image. But hopefully I'll get one before the stream ends. But either way, if I do end up with one, I will post it with this art. So if you end up missing it here, you can definitely pick it up from my page if I end up finding one. I think Michelle is off today, and Dave is either busy or just kind of sick. I think he's just probably really busy. Hopefully he's feeling well enough to be able to work again today. But yeah, so sorry, I can't create them myself. Otherwise, I absolutely would. But then I might actually create, links for free sandblasted metal and good stuff like that. I hope you guys like the reward structure for this new area. Personally, I think it's going to be really interesting. I think we've landed on some good rewards for it, so I think you'll be pleased. I hope. But yeah, there is kind of almost a system for the Rift design where it was kind of like, we give you like a trap and charms the next one and base and I don't remember the exact order, sorry, but like it was kind of like each rift, it was kind of like another piece gets upgraded, and we kind of like, okay, we did that last time, let's do a different one this time. But yeah, as you've kind of stated, there have been quite a few trap upgrades, which I don't know, I think that those are great, but also yeah, like having like a new base upgrade is cool, or like a new access to cool, useful charms, stuff like that is pretty neat. So we'll see. The rewards are still being kind of like finalized and created as well, so I can't kind of like be like, yeah, we'll absolutely get you these things, and you can trust exactly what I'm saying here. You will be able to just kind of write it in the wiki before the area comes out, and it will definitely be those things. So, obviously I can't give you those details but having worked on some of the rewards, I'm pretty excited about them. So hopefully you are too. Just gonna kind of create a bit more of the cobble silhouette, and this will help this texture to read. Basically, we're really good at kind of like identifying patterns at a moment's notice. You know, like you just glance, and suddenly your brain will try to decipher things it sees as fast as possible. And basically, by cutting into the edges of this and freeing those surfaces, I'm telling you to look at this as if these are now kind of like uh, basically rounded stones, kind of all stacked up together. So hopefully that helps it to read even stronger now that I've kind of cleaned those edges away. Same here, doing the same thing. Yeah. Now, even without seeing those lines very directly, you'll get a sense that, you know, the surface is kind of chopped up a bit, broken into multiple pieces or whatnot. Hopefully that works. Should. Is very good. All right. Yeah, I think it's more, as long as it's not like only one thing that keeps upgrading, it's more interesting to have kind of like the focus is on this thing, and maybe other things also kind of like get upgraded, but it's like this rift is about getting this, you know, and that's kind of cool when we can kind of do that. Because I don't know, it's kind of neat to be like, oh, you need one of these parts, you should go to this rift kind of thing. At least that's just kind of how I picture it. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm getting I'm pretty happy with where this is getting. I think I want to darken the bottom of the pages because that's starting to blend in some areas. But like, there's some nice contrast happening, right? Kind of causes you to look at the surface, which is the highest contrast area. Um, I'm trying to kind of balance some of them a little more. I might actually bring out the I might bring out, yeah, popping those out a bit more. Yeah, the rivets kind of making them kind of stand out more causes there to be a little bit more brightness in that back corner. Maybe that's a bit much, but pull that back just a bit. Also, I think the bottom rivet here is just a little small compared to the top one. See how big that one is compared to those two? These are almost too similar in size, so I'm just going to increase that size just so that we have a little more consistency with the design. The metal, honestly, is going to need quite a bit more attention than it has. I just kind of scrawled that together as quick as I could. Metal is one of the more complicated things to render, but also something I enjoy because it's a lot of kind of like thinking about it as if it were a mirrored surface and imagining what is reflecting into it, and it's just kind of a challenge, which is kind of fun to do. Yeah, if you ever want to have like a really difficult thing to render, try creating like some weird crazy shapes, like organic shapes or even just robotic, but then trying to render that in Chrome, it's a lot. But it can be fun. All right. I think that's one of the reasons why I really enjoy creating Ronza traps, because getting to paint Chrome is actually quite a fun challenge that I enjoy. Most people like to pull their hair out when they try and do that. But it also means that I don't have to do it too frequently because it's a lot. It's a lot to do, especially if you're trying to get it pretty accurate. Because you can kind of like hack it together. There's kind of like shorthand for it to kind of like give a good sense that, oh, this texture is shiny like chrome because it has these reflections and this orientation. And that's perfectly fine. A lot of people would paint it that way, and it's no reason they shouldn't. But yeah, I try and kind of be as realistic with it as I can, which can sometimes be bad because I can slow things down quite a bit. All right, I'm gonna get the warmth of these pages kind of bouncing up on the cobble here. So I'm working on, yeah, new layer. This one's just kind of more highlights and reflections, but this will help me refine the cobblestone, brighten it up in some areas where I think it's kind of losing itself a little more than I want. And that said, it's good to be able to kind of like have some of your textures blend into each other a bit when you want that to happen. Things in the shadows, things in the background that you don't need to have attention, you actually want the hues to kind of come together at some points and actually kind of merge. And that'll help kind of keep it from being a detail that you feel like you have to look at. And then you can kind of have your high contrast areas where you want people to look. You can literally control how people look at an image by doing that kind of stuff. So it's kind of cool. All right, so I'm gonna get light gray, I guess, and just see what it looks like if I kind of add a little rim light to the cobble back here. Alright. No, I don't hate it. I think I'll keep it for now. It just kind of brightened it up a little bit. I might even darken the leather still a little more. What was that? Guess I could just erase away a little bit on this. That's it. Another way to make that stand out would be to just kind of lighten just the edge of this. So I could grab this color, maybe I'll desaturate it a little bit, and just on the upper edge, just have a highlight. Not the most realistic thing, because it's like there's nothing that would really be giving that reflection, but it might help it pop out a little bit. I don't know. I don't know. If anything, I almost think it would look better darker. Yeah, I think that looks better actually. I prefer that. Okay. We'll get just a bit of that in this crease here. There. Okay, so I feel like that might work for the leather. The hinge, I think I can just lose a lot of light on that right now because it's pretty bright, and considering its positioning, it's actually probably one of the harder areas for the light to get to. So I'm just going to lock the transparency on that first. So I'll knock that back, and then the bottom side is going to... That ellipse is bad on this. It's incorrect. Let me fix that. There we go. It's a little better. Actually, while I'm here, where is the pages? Right here. Okay. Just erase cobble bits. There we go. Now it's running all along the book. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, I think I want to address a lot of the metal at this point. I think there's, that's kind of the weakest part at this point. I've been doing it for a while, creating magic items and such things. So I have a fair amount of experience doing it, but it is very fun to do. So I'm glad you enjoy it as well. Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna... Actually, let's see. Should we turn off the sketch? Nearly. We're very close to being able to turn off the sketch fully. So I'm gonna drop that down to like 7%, I guess. And yeah, all right. Let's get some of the detail on this so that I can start to render a bit more of the metal. Okay, so try and get a smooth curve here. So you do get very crisp kind of shapes and edges with metal. It's a very kind of tough material to work. So when someone is creating something out of it, it usually doesn't have too much organic shape to it because it's, you know, just generally put together by a craftsperson who kind of has a very specific design and tools to create it. So things are rather precise. Not always, but... Speaking of precision, that is a very wonky egg-shaped oval. There you go. Honestly, I should probably just create an ellipse selection and stop fighting it, but you know what? I can't help myself apparently. There's actually a cool ellipse tool in Paint Tool Sci that I saw. I haven't actually used it, but one of the artists that I really like the work they do, they've put a few videos together on using it, and it's a pretty affordable program. So if you're looking for something like Photoshop, it's a pretty decent option, as I understand it. But you don't have to pay like a subscription unless you're using it on the iPad, I think. But they have like a tool where you can like create ellipses and these shapes, and it can actually push and pull and resize it in perspective. So for a piece like this that I'm doing, where there's like a a metal ring and like the gem inside of that, and all these circles and circles at very specific angles. You can get it perfect very easily with that tool. So it's something that would be quite handy for a lot of the things I draw, and it would probably look a ton better if I used those tools. Um, so it's just something to note, because these are really tough. Because like I'll just do a quick little example. So basically, when you're looking head-on at a circle, obviously it's going to be perfectly circular. But then when you kind of move to the side, it flattens out, right? So now you're looking at it from the side. So you could just imagine this is like a dinner plate or whatever. You're going to see the dinner plate at its side. But how do you know kind of like what angle to use? The thing that I've learned is basically whatever direction the face is pointing. So for this book, the face is kind of, pointing up and away like that, right? It's not just to the right. It's not just straight up. It's like, tilted to the right a little bit and up a bit. Actually, this angle is not accurate to it. Let's see. Okay, so it's something like that. But basically, when you're doing an ellipse within these, the trick is to make the widest part of the ellipse perpendicular to the direction the face is going in. So 90 degrees from that direction is the widest part of your ellipse. And that's always the case for a perfect circle, at least. And then basically you can just kind of widen and shorten in this direction until it looks right on that surface. And that's like a great way to create ellipses. So just to do it right, because this looks wrong, just looking at it you can tell, I'm going to take my elliptical tool, create a perfect circle, grab a color. Let's actually do a different color so we can see what we're doing. And I'm going to make this a line. I just kind of made that circle into a border selection. And then what we can do is we'll imagine that the direction this face is pointing in is this way, but you can kind of tell that the cover is actually opened a little bit more, so it's more like that. So we're kind of going in this direction, maybe a little more to the right. Okay. Now, go back to our circle and squash it down and go 90 degrees to this line. You can kind of easily do that by lining up these two kind of middle points along the line. So now we're perpendicular to that direction. And we'll just shorten it so it's relative and expand it so it looks pretty okay. And now you can see how very off my ellipse actually is. So there we go. Ah, I like that suggestion of kind of the detail in the rivets. I keep forgetting the name of rivets. I mean, they could be like screws or buttons or whatever. But yeah. Okay, so I think that is probably a good width for these. Maybe a little more open even. Am I gonna have to repaint part of this? I might. Okay. So if we use that ellipse, that's more accurate. A more jarring color. Pink is not. That's definitely not. I should have known. Okay. Well, green was actually stood out well. Okay. So we could tweak things, and then I could even duplicate this, right? And just kind of shrink it down so I can fix that gem on the inside. Okay, and then I'll even do one more. And this can help me kind of get a better idea of this outer circle. Try and make that a little bit more circular. And I think there would be a little bit of skew to it because it is at a bit of an angle, and so there would be a bit of perspective affecting that. Does that angle look good? Maybe it doesn't look good. You know what? I think that arrow I drew is actually off. That would kind of be a whoopsie. Maybe it was very off actually. Okay, I might have been closer than I thought. Maybe that feels right. Yeah. Just trying to imagine like if a line shot out from the face of the book, most direct angle, what would that be? Okay, so it's not very far off that way. I think that that's more accurate actually. It feels like it's traveling away from the face of the book. Yeah, so the let's just group that so I can turn it on and off. So yeah, these rivets, I haven't really done any detail work on them, but we could just take a quick look at what that would look like. So I like that suggestion. Just kind of what is happening with this brush? It's so thin. So yeah, like it could be kind of like screws, right? And that works. I'm not sure if I like the impermanence of it being all screw heads. Almost pictured them all as kind of like smushed down rivets or sanded flat. But it is an interesting detail, so I might keep that. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. Okay. Alright. Back to the metal. The silver metal, that is. Okay, so actually, I think maybe we want to just kind of tweak the color a little bit more. Let's bring up the saturation. Bring up the lightness. Colorize that. I'm just kind of really quickly experimenting with things just to see if anything stands out, you know? So this is before, this is after. Just kind of added a little bit more blue into it right now. Just a little more color depth, I think. It's kind of neat. Okay, yeah. No, I like the kind of like the detail in the heads of that. So let's keep it. Alright, so another thing that needs to happen is I think I do want a little bit of a highlight on the upper edge of this. But it definitely needs the seam between each of them. The hinges, that is. Okay. So that looks a little bit more like a hinge over there. It does kind of get lost in the mix of it, but that's all right. I mean, what we could also potentially do is just make the hinge itself out of that metal, right? And then maybe it would just be darker. And that actually stands out in a nice way. That's kind of nice. see what it looks like with all those seams in it. And maybe even just a little highlight. I would probably darken that actually more. It's very bright and saturated in areas where I think the shadows would kind of overtaken a lot of it. Okay. Yeah, I think that's okay. Okay, so that front plate, let's try and kind of work that just a bit. Maybe we can do it by doing a little selection and just kind of morphing the surface. Let's see. So if I use the warp tool, maybe I can just kind of push and pull it into this ellipse a little bit more. And so we got that kind of middle one. The outer one seems pretty okay. I might actually just bring it in a bit on the top side and then do that to it. Okay, it's not bad. See that hidden away. I can't really see it with all the green in the way, so I'll just confirm and do that. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, so I think I'm just going to change this gem. Boom. All right. Yeah, I like that a lot more. In that case, just duplicate that. Replace this one with it. Nice. Okay. All right. So I gotta heal the metal down here where I tore it to pieces. And up here. So these rivets, or at least this one, is a little bit moved into place. Okay, cool. All right, I'm gonna give this a flip. Give it a save. And yeah, it's always good to like look at it with a new perspective, because you will be able to see things you could not before. Okay, I think I want a little sharper point on this one here. Hmm. So that V cutout, originally I was thinking the leather itself could be the material in there, but I haven't captured that yet properly. So if that isn't working, the cobblestone's definitely a fine idea. Okay. It's like a cutout at the bottom, but it doesn't look like a cutout at the top. Okay. I don't know. Did that tweak work for you at all? Otherwise, I mean, we could even put like a bright, colorful gem in those, or just make it the metal. I think either of those would make it work pretty easily. Okay, so what else? Metal. Still need to work on the metal. So this seems to have some kind of pattern cut into it. Looks like a few of these angles need to be altered to fit with the cleaner ellipse, which seems fair. Yeah, gems would definitely be a good option for that spot. Absolutely. They're always welcome. Okay. Just having to tweak it tiny amounts here and there. Nothing major though. Alright, so got some detail scribed in. Unfortunately, no Larry link yet. I have requested one, but Michelle is away, and I have not heard from Dave. But if I don't post one during the stream, and I do manage to get one, I will have it posted where I upload this on my art page. So hopefully I get one. Okay, I think that's probably enough detail on that. Thank you very much. Glad you like it. Sorry Dave's not in today, you guys. I know that a number of people were looking forward to having a little more game design chat. I do what I can on that front, but don't have the same kind of areas of expertise. Okay. Yeah, I mean, absolutely you can still ask me stuff, but who knows if the answers will be useful or appropriate at all. I mean, I know stuff about the designs and all that, so I can do my best to answer. But yeah, I can't be like, yes, this is the feature that we're developing specifically right now. That could go pretty awry. Hmm. The big question: where is Icewing's dad, and when will we go hunt him for after Farama? After/behind. That's a good question. I feel like he might actually be coming up in the next few years. It's possible. 'Tis possible. I think I know where that could be. Is that a good answer? I have an idea. I know when it is, but I can't tell you. I know where it is. Who's to say it hasn't? I'll actually make these kind of lean in, like point in towards the center. Look cool. I kind of hope Icewing's dad becomes like a new thing that you guys harass Dave over. But Jacob said, I don't know, he might know what I'm thinking. We talked about some things in the past. Okay. Yeah, I still want more out of this metal. So let's do ye old classic Jacob hack. Just gonna do one of these. And not quite blue enough. Thought that was gonna look more impressive than it did. Alright. Let's see about something really quick. I blend a little too much. Flip it upside down. It's quite the plot twist. I like it. I like it. Let's get a new layer for just metal highlight. With this, maybe I can darken this now. Oh, right. It's like, why isn't that doing exactly what I thought it would? Wrong layer. This would be the layer I want to affect. Okay, so darken that. Leave that as is. Now, if I start to go down this route, we could start to do the weathering on it. And I could have room for more highlights, which I think will be nice. Make it pop. Okay, let's try going this route, and then if we don't like it, we can brighten it up again. Let it be canon. Yeah, the gold trim pages is a pretty fantastic look. I don't know how that layer got in the wrong spot, but I fixed it. Yeah, I think it can be cool. We'll see. I think we can keep that. Yeah, I think it'll be good. Let's see. All right, so I want to get more highlights on this part. Going pretty much to white. So I'm going to flip it back how I'm used to looking at it. And let's just toss a few highlights onto things. Probably don't want to go too crazy with it. But if it's like a polished metal, it might not be too hard for these kind of surfaces to catch light like this. Alright. Bunch of highlights. Just trying to figure out how much of the layer is affected by the contrast below. I think that's pretty good there. Okay, so depending on the color of those gems, we can tint the silver a little here and there. Oops. Get a little bit more blue on the front face of those spots. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's tackle these rivets. I don't think I need a new layer for that. Okay. Now let's do a quick little save. Nice. And come in with some darker colors. Just kind of punch up some of it. Okay. Alright, and these will get brighter, more yellow in that. I think, yeah. Yeah, I think the gold slash brass kind of was the right color for this hinge. I agree. Too many tears. What's it about? I haven't heard. Yeah, I think the this kind of silver back here needs to be more gray than blue, perhaps. Yeah, I think I like that a bit lighter too. Just on the face. Yeah, that pops nicely in the grayscale version. See that? Okay. And then maybe I want to get even brighter right at the edge where it can kind of reflect the sky. All right. Okay. What else? I feel like we're getting pretty darn close at this point. Getting there. I feel like I haven't really kind of nailed the metal yet. There's a lot to consider with it. Who knows what the crafting cost on something like this would be? It's a mystery. Hopefully those buttons aren't too intense, or taking too much attention. Hmm. I actually don't know if it's crafted or not. I'm sorry. Couldn't tell you. I don't know, maybe. Could be a overly complex thing. Not saying it is. If there was just all this. As a group. Okay, the sketch is now officially turned off. And then this had into it. I don't think I like that. Just kind of wanted to see what that would look like, because then I could punch up the background even more if it looked good. I'm not sold on it yet. Maybe if it's outer glow instead. Increase the opacity, decrease the spread. Hmm. It actually works best in normal mode, especially for when it gets kind of saved on a translucent background. I'm just going to lower the size of that. Yeah, softer is better than the precise one, I think. Alright, so that is potentially one way to allow the background to be very punchy. Because otherwise, this is too much. It blends in very easily, right? That might work. Maybe this background isn't quite the right color, though. This could look really trippy, actually. Okay. And hmm. Let's expand this out just a bit. Will that work? Okay. I think this. Yeah, somehow that got shifted. There we go. Alright. Let's see. Gentle brush. Is this working? Why is this only affecting that one? Hmm. It's so weird. Oh, I'm a dummy. I was trying to paint the wrong. Need to use. So I'm trying to use a clipping mask. So I was trying to paint out stuff, and then I was accidentally just painting it in. So I understand what I was doing wrong suddenly. It all makes sense again. Yeah, I basically just need to keep any of this mist stuff from touching the edge of the frame. So otherwise it looks bad when it crops. I definitely think we're getting very close to being done this. Alright. Let's see. Nope, still no Larry link. Okay, well, what do you guys think? Just don't want it to be too noisy if it gets really small. So I might knock the background down just a smidge more. Or the outer glow could be brighter. Okay. Okay. Well, I think that's pretty good. I mean, I could probably pick at it for a while longer, but I wouldn't mind just starting the next item with you guys really quick. So I think I'll finish the stream up pretty soon. So give that a save. Yeah, the background lighter does definitely help it, I think. I think it was just a little too just blending into that. In which case, I actually think maybe the edges of the metal is starting to do that too, because I have such a highlight. The outer glow is just so bright. Okay, I think I'm actually going to pull this color dodge back a little bit. Okay, that pops out all right. I might actually also, for this top gem, get like deeper, more saturated red. Because that just looks neat. Okay. I feel like I get a little bit of a highlight on some of these rivets too. Couldn't hurt. Oh, I suppose I already have a decent one. Meh. Just kind of zoning out doing this, so I think it's time to move on, even if I wasn't totally done it. Yeah, I'm not confident I hit all the details at the level that I was wanting to, especially kind of some of this metal stuff. There's a lot more kind of cool detail I could get into, but let's start the next piece, just to do so. So this one is, let's see, I'm going to pull up. Okay. All right. Okay. Whoop. You saw nothing. All right. More definition in the pages. Okay, no, I could see that actually. I could definitely see that. I didn't actually fully close it. I just closed it on this page here. So, quick way to do that would be here. Just get more of that, really. Let's use a smoothed. Oh, I should probably make sure that that's locked. Something like that, and then where the light might be getting at it, go even brighter. It's true. I mean, like the level of detail, it's probably not very significant. The additions that we're doing. Yeah, little bits here and there. I agree. I think that helps. Especially when it's really small, you can actually see that the pages are kind of pulling open a little bit. So I like that. Yeah, I think that works. Okay, so for this one, let's see, how should I handle this? Nothing beats a good book. I like it. All right. Hmm. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out a good way to handle the thing. Okay. And that's probably a good place to wrap up the stream. I feel like that's enough for you guys to speculate on. So, hope you guys have had fun. I'm not going to really dig into too much more detail on this right now, but should be pretty interesting. All right, well, some more stuff I'm going to do, but I'll do that off stream, I think. I hope you guys had fun. Next week is definitely going to be Dave, so look forward to that. Have your questions ready to harass him about all kinds of things upcoming, questions you may have, game design, all that good stuff that you've been waiting patiently to ask. And I'm sure he's going to have lots of things to share with you, so it should be a really good show. Make sure to tune in. I'm sorry I do not have a Larry link this week. Have not gotten a response about it, so we'll just have to. Yes, Ice Wing's dead. We'll have to. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll get one later and I'll put it on my page. But otherwise, I guess just hang on till next week. But I'm going to post the book and the sketch of this very, very loose, quick page. I don't know how I want to format that so it actually looks good, but I'll figure it out. But in the meantime, I hope you guys have a good weekend. Happy hunting. And I shall see you probably in 2 weeks' time. So until then, I'll see you later. And I'll get OBS installed now so that I don't have my computer explode on me again. Okay. All right. Happy hunting, everybody. I'll see you next time. Thanks for hanging out so much. I appreciate it. Sorry I don't have a Larry link. All right. Goodbye for now. Bye.